let's get into some sculpture. What do you think? Right after we do the necessary preparatory wine. There's no sculpting without wine. Tonight we are going to focus on our lovely lady's face. See if we can bring her to life. What do you guys think? This character is from imagination, but I will admit to having a little bit of, well, two influences, honestly. One is my wife, and the other is Rebecca Ferguson. Think of the two influences I will admit to. Both are pretty spectacular. Although I've never met Miss Ferguson, so my judgment is based entirely on aesthetics, and yes, Miss Ferguson's eyes are pretty astounding, pretty amazing. So I don't think I really captured that yet, but we'll work towards it. I think the wine definitely will aid in this process and journey. Or allow me to live in the disbelief, or false belief that it is. Well, thank you. How was everyone's end of day, depending on where you are, beginning of day, middle day? I guess most people right now are probably Northern America, so. It always gives me lyrics. Yeah. I like when one p.m. Australia, fantastic. I was about to say, when I stay on late, I get people from Australia, and well, I have people from Australia already. Thank you for joining. Just spent about a year and a half in Tokyo working, and you definitely meet a diverse crowd of people. In fact, I would say the most interesting thing about Tokyo is the gaijin. People that are attracted to Tokyo from all around the world are by far the most interesting part of Tokyo. You might not like hearing that if you haven't been there. But if you have been there a long time, I bet you would agree. Some very interesting people who are attracted to Tokyo and go there from Romania and Spain, Australia, and a couple of Australians there. UK, Russia. All very interesting people. Like those places, I would recommend you go. I would not recommend anyone to live in Tokyo. That being said, I have a couple of good friends that I made there that are gaijin and do live there. They call it home and choose to be there. So, everyone may have their own opinion. I did not find it to be the type of place you want to live. This will likely end up in the bronze, yes. Although I was streaming earlier, I think it was today, and someone made the argument for doing a digital scan beyond just posterity, but for the purposes of distributing smaller versions of it. And I did like that idea. I like the idea of being able to, people having it on their desks or something, you know, in a more convenient way. And, you know, maybe they're having a stressful day, difficult day or something, and they can look at it. Hopefully it gives them a little bit of feeling that I hope people have when they're watching. Find their relaxation place, whatever they need to get through, whatever they're dealing with. So I thought that was a really good argument for the 3D scan and distributing via 3D print. Hello, beach walks. How are you? Passport staring at you. Right now, to be honest. Came over from Japan and hid it from myself so I wouldn't have some kind of an episode and go back. What is she holding in that backhand? Well, I would hope it's evident, it's at least at some point. It's her backhand is she's holding a knife. Will be holding a knife anyway. So what I did for the knife is, as you can tell it's hard, I sculpted that out of Sculpting, specifically just the knife, and then baked it and hardened it so that I could work it a little more mechanically. Give it some more structure. Yeah, that gave it a good think. That came up. That was, I mean, sometimes it's an obvious answer, but when you're balancing so many elements, you forget the obvious. Forget the oh yeah, that's the easiest way to do that. that thing I've done many times before. That's the easiest way to do that. Rebecca has a similar feature as my wife right here. She has a sharp chin. I mean, the shape on top of her chin. This roundness right here. Which again, I am not, don't get it wrong, I'm not creating a portrait of Rebecca Ferguson. I just have her up as some inspiration. People ask me if I use reference. I rarely do. At least when I'm figure drawing, I absolutely do. I like using figures for gesture drawings, absolutely. But this process of sculpting, I'm trying to keep it creative and not thinking about limitations of my preference. So I try to just freeform it, and then if I find that I have a lapse of some kind, a lacking of my own prowess, then I acquire the reference necessary to do that. So in this case, I'm saying I'm looking at Miss Ferguson. She has a lot of very unusual little shapes that are on her face that are really spectacular. But once you look at, or as Hannibal Lecter said, we covet what we see every day. What I look at every day is my wife. So inevitably, this will look like my wife. Thank you. I learned a couple things in this process I'll share with you. Probably the biggest find that I'm really appreciative of is, here's the camera, this. Camera, here's the camera. Blowtorch. I'm a big fan of the blowtorch. Turn it way down, and they come in here and they could just kind of paint on some heat and soften just the surface with it. And then, you know, not too much, and then come back and I can touch it, and it produces a nice effect. So when you say the hair looks like it does, it's because of that process that I really discovered, or at least evolved in this piece. Yeah, I agree. I don't know how much that's gonna, you know, when it gets cast and all that, it's gonna get just the surface. But I do think it'll come through in a couple ways. Not the least of which is just the sheer modeling is a product of that approach. You know, the way the hair looks liquid, I wanted it to. I wanted it to look like liquid fire, and I got it through that. Same thing with the bird. And then this base is actually poured liquid. That's actually what started the exploration for me. It was I wanted the base on a narrative level to be like a Jungian reference to the shadow. It is literally a shadow. It's her shadow and the bird's shadow cast on the ground. So I wanted to explore that Jungian concept of the shadow. And Jung also described that as being the part of the psyche that's underwater. So I intentionally wanted to make the clay for the shadow look like water. So I poured it, melted the clay in the oven. My wife looked at me like I was a crazy person, and poured it. And I mean, poured it as in like globbed it on with a spoon and directed it. So that started the exploration of the heat. So then I got out the blowtorch and realized I could do the same thing without it being fully liquid by emulsifying and pushing it around. Left arm looks too low. How low can you go? Well, sometimes I do exaggerate. I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about, but if you mean this, I definitely like to exaggerate. You see, you know, that twisting that you can't see. The way the bicep twists over the humerus, I definitely exaggerate. And I like to make the tricep hang to increase that sense of weight. That might be what you're talking about. For me, it's all about gravity. You know, literally gravity, figuratively gravity. So I want to manipulate the anatomy to make it feel like sometimes it's pulling down on the flesh a little bit more than you might expect. Time for wine. think with a piece like this, I'm constantly in a self-regulatory or disciplined state of essentially kind of like a little kid, you know, daring another little kid to do something. You won't do it, you're afraid. In this context, it's like whenever I hit a piece that I was avoidant of, the challenge is, okay, let's take the thing you were avoidant of and make it be the best part. And I think the bird is that for me. I did not want to do the bird. I avoided it, mostly just because I wasn't sure, I didn't have a vision for it. I couldn't see it in my mind before I started. So I think that's an example of learning to trust your hands. Just let your hands move, or like when I used to box, the coach would say, just let your hands go. Let the hands think for you. Just let them go. In this case, my hands saved me. At least I feel they do. The bird's not done, but I feel like they found where the bird wanted to go, and now I can see it, and I can use other things. I can use my brain or perception or whatever to finish, but the hands found it. Not the mind. I think that's really good advice in general in life. When you feel stuck, you're stuck, you can't get out. Let your hands solve it. Move, move, move. Do physical activity, do it. Don't think about it. Get moving, let the hands teach you. The way. I think I've run into that in life recently. The brain said, this is a quagmire. We are stuck. It's like, okay, hands, do your thing. Because all of us up here, all of us in control, we don't know what the hell to do. The hand said, I got you. Got you. So, such is sculpture, such is life. Yes, my hands talk to me. Got you. Before anybody asks, yes, my hands talk to me. Hello. Me love now. Me love now. Let us see the front of the bird. Let me roll it around here and you can see the front of the bird. Let me see. It's coming. It's coming. Hopefully the camera doesn't change. And it changed. Okay. Roll it around here. Now you can see the front of the bird even better. There you go. Front of the bird. Bird is the word. Get a little bird face, a little butt crack. What else could you want from the camera angle? Oh, shall I tell my Toshio Dade story since I just brought a butt crack? I was in art school in New York, taking a sculpting class, and everyone was very nervous about this class. It was taught by a famous Japanese sculptor named Toshio Date, an older man, and he had that Japanese sculptor look, kind of like a little bit like a carpenter. Definitely looked like he was going to take care of some serious business everywhere he went. Super intense, like a samurai carpenter. That was what he looked like all the time. He didn't say a lot, so he was really intense. And came in, set up, first day of class. Everyone's really nervous. It's like, man, I'm even a little bit nervous. This guy's half my size, scaring the shit out of me. And and the model, and I was very familiar with this model. I never actually had a conversation with her, but it's like we were friends because I've been drawing her for years at this point. I knew every inch of this model. I mean, it was like a relationship, but we just never spoke, right? We just had eye contact. She was my model. I worked with her year after year. And she came in and laid down in a beautiful pose. And it's a circle, right? All the artists are in a circle around the model. And so somebody, inevitably, in a reclining pose, is going to be directly south of the reclined model. And I was in a particular vantage point. Now, mind you, I chose this vantage point before she even posed, where there was nothing for me to look at other than the space between her cheeks. And I don't mean her face. And I'm like, okay, I don't know what to do. I'm very nervous. I'm nervous about this old Japanese guy running around looking super intense. I'm nervous about this situation I'm in. Like, oh my God, I'm still a young kid, right? I'm still insecure, if you will. And Toshio Adade walks up to me, stands next to me, looks at the model, looks at my lump of clay, and says, "Oh, you get rabbit hole," and walks off. Like, all right, God damn it, Toshi. I think at that point I learned to chill the hell out. It's like, okay, it doesn't matter who you are. Everybody's a juvenile at some point. I mean, maybe he could tell we were all scared of him, so maybe he did on purpose just to chill everybody the hell out. Yeah, he was pretty awesome. I did not get to study with him as much as I would like to. I had a couple classes, but yeah, he was great. Like the music? Yeah, I'm digging the music. It's part of the vibe. The wine, sculpture, mythology, music. Wine. I think I said wine twice. TikTok constantly gives me these little flags saying I need to remind people to invite friends. TikTok is very good at promoting, instigation and promotion, just getting people to want to engage. It's very good at that. Better than the other platforms, that's for sure. I feel like the other platforms discourage sometimes. So I feel like we got a little piranha jog going on here I'm gonna work with. At this point, I have to shave off very, very slowly. Just to not let the mess go too far. Thank you. What's your name? Becca? Yeah, thank you for that response. I definitely appreciate appreciation. I appreciate that you're resonating with the vibe. It's part of the point. It's part of what I'm wanting to put down. Part of what I want to put out there and gift ding to the world. Just a little bit of freedom, a little bit of exposure. Will the new club have this music vibes? It's definitely going to on some nights because I'll be the main venue. Not quite sure how it's going to unfold just yet, but it's looking like I will probably do my stream Monday through Thursday, just like I am now, but do it from the club. And so I'll have control of that situation, that vibe. And my partner owns the best jazz club in Kansas City, so he's totally down with that. And then on Friday and Saturday nights, I probably won't stream, just like now, and we'll probably have bands. I love my partner. He's a crazy person. Well, one of my two partners, and his answer is, "Oh yeah, we'll get a composer. Just tell me what you like. We'll get a composer." Like, good God, man. All right, I love crazy people. Also going to go see some kind of like Cirque du Soleil style burlesque thing here in Kansas City tomorrow night. I don't know if anybody out there knows what I'm talking about. It starts with an S or something. Looks cool as hell though. It's the same people that put on the really awesome Botanical Gardens Halloween show here. Looking forward to that. If anybody out there, Raven, if you're out there, are you lurking? You probably know what I'm talking about. Sweetie Pie. Well, your name is awesome. Sweetie Pie. Just love thinking about that process people go through when they're coming up with their projected self-image, their alternative ego. You came up with Sweetie Pie. I bet it has some kind of story. I don't know. Maybe a grandmother called you that? Maybe not. Maybe it's something else. Maybe you like sweet pies. I don't know. All stories are awesome. All possible stories I can think of for why you call yourself Sweetie Pie sound awesome. Who is this woman? Sound like the caterpillar from Alice in Wonderland. Who are you? Well, this is definitely a mythological subject matter, but this is not a specific character from mythology. I made this up. So, it's a woman, obviously. Well, I mean, I don't know, maybe not obviously. Probably a woman. We'll go with probably a woman. How about that? It's a feminine archetype. All right, let's go with that. That's a safe statement. It's a feminine archetype that is receiving, she's receptive of the phoenix. I hope this reads as a phoenix at this point, landing in her hand. Phoenix generally represents death and rebirth, regeneration, reinvention. And I think that's great, but I also, with this piece, wanted to make her much more a different character. So if you notice her backhand, she's holding what I hope reads, after I get down there, a knife. And so the narrative there is she's going to sacrifice her phoenix. This is her phoenix coming to her. She's beckoning it and smiling at it. If you look at her face, she's smiling, a little bit sad, a little bit sardonic, but smiling. Her phoenix is coming to her, and she's going to sacrifice it. She's going to take control of her own destiny. So, yes, it's mythological, but you might say I made the mythology up. A little help from Greeks. Does this go into a kiln? This does not go into a kiln. This is an oil-based clay, so it would melt to mush in clay, or in a kiln. So this has to be molded and cast. cal resin kind of deal. It's nice and strong, but lightweight, not that expensive. I'll probably cast it as an alloy, like bronze. And someone earlier, I streamed this afternoon, someone earlier, Haley, if she's around, made a really solid suggestion, which I hadn't considered before, which was doing a 3D scan, which of course I've thought of. By trade, I worked in 3D for years, so of course it occurred to me, but I didn't really want to. Her argument was, I'm assuming it was a she, no reason to assume that, we'll go with she for now, was that if I did it as a 3D scan, I could do 3D prints of it, okay, but what I liked about her point was that, and then people, I could sell it to people, and let's just say let's say you got a stressful job, and my piece, I would love to think my piece would give some calmness during those moments of stress. And then maybe if someone had a small sculpture of mine on their desk, not full size, just a nice small one, they could put on their desk and they could look at it when they needed it. I'm like, oh my God, I don't know if this idea of this will ever happen, but the fantasy that it could happen for someone in the world, I might not ever know it happened, but really excited me a lot. So I'm definitely re-engaged in the idea that I might scan it and do downscale it and 3D print, or use the 3D print as to make a, you've actually, rather than printing the 3D print, I could print the mold. No, it's oil-based clay, so don't have to spray it. How long does a piece like this take? Well, you can answer that question definitively because of the power of YouTube. Almost every minute I've worked on this is on the YouTube page. Going back to January 7th is what was reported to me by Need. What's his name? God damn it. Maybe drinking every night, it's not holding my memory. One of the guys from the stream looked it up. And he said that he found it. It was the 7th of January. This is when I started. If you were to go back, you would see a real display of nonsense, because the first couple of nights was me bending steel for the armature. So it was quite a show, more like a strongman competition. Crime happening to that saxophone back there. What is noise? I really like it, but it is giving me anxiety at the moment. skip to the next tune. There we go. I like the music too. I definitely like that music. I like the experimental. But at this juncture anyway, it's like I need to chill a little bit more than that. Adding and subtracting with clay is very minute at this point. I have heard many, you are not the only, many people have said that looks like Medusa, which I'm fine with. I love Medusa. If you look at my profile, you'll see a painting I did of Medusa. Well, I have not been working on this particular sculpture for years, about a month and a half. I mean, I went to art school in the 90s, to be clear. Where I studied traditional art. And then I had a career in computer graphics for the last few decades, where I did a lot of digital sculpting. So my early work there, like schools, I sculpted the faces for the troll and the centaur in the first Harry Potter. That was all digital. So this is a little bit like, you know, returning to an old friend, an old lover, that sort of thing. Getting back into clay. A lot going on in the world, which for me, directly correlated with time to sculpt. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the love. I like this. If you look at it from, let's see, the camera angle you're at now, she looks a little bit like she's frowning. And if you look at it from this, she's kind of smiling. So it's a little bit of a mixed facial expression, which is intentional. Wine time. Is she underwater? Well, I like that question. I don't know if you happen to be familiar with a guy named Carl Jung, but he often referred to the subconscious as being submerged or being below water. So asking if she is below water is very appropriate. And seeing as how it is just art and not literally a person anywhere, I think it could be interpreted as underwater. Absolutely. inspired by that observational conclusion. Carl Jung played Magic the Gathering. What deck would he play? Wow, you know what? I bet you're more familiar with Magic the Gathering than I am, so I'm curious, what do you think? I like the question, though. If there's an afterlife, perhaps old Carl is sitting in purgatory for some sin or something. He's likely playing Magic the Gathering right now. Hanging out with Nietzsche, and according to Virgil, and the rest of the poets, that first layer of hell. Well, if it's super cool, let's heat it up a little bit, shall we? Keep my clay in a crock pot. That's a good idea, right? So what I was doing is I literally put it in the oven. I'll show you real quick what I was doing. I think you'll get a kick out of it because your idea is better than mine. I'll show you my less good idea that I did. Where's the camera? So, let's see, where are we? Yes, I'll never change the cameras. So this is tin foil on a pan. And then I put the pan in the oven and melted it. And then I brought it down here and I put it on a hot pad like you would use to keep food warm, to keep it melted while I worked. But your idea of a crock pot is a better idea. And I will steal it, thank you. Hello, the Twins Grandmom Plus. That is a descriptor. That Grandmom comes with a thorough description. So that's how I did the base, is I melted it and poured it out of that exciting happening right now. I'm just trying to smooth out some of these lumps so I can see what the underlying form is. I did the same thing with the rest of the body, but I think people were more entertained by watching me rub her butt like this to smooth it out. Little muscle structure that goes like this called the platysma. I like to subtly suggest. This little thing here that I've a little overly suggested is called it's a labial depressor. It basically pulls the lips down. Slides under the skin here. A little cartilage sheath. Older women have it much more pronounced than younger women. And I like the idea of just giving her a little bit of a sense of maturity by letting that be there. You might notice that no matter how much care a woman takes, like Nicole Kidman had 1 billion surgeries or whatever, she still has a little protrusion right there. Yeah, I love the blowtorch. That's how I did the bird. Heated it and pushed it around with a metal tool. Love that technique. But yeah, I will steal your crock pot technique and raise you a blowtorch. We finally made it to Friday tomorrow, right? It's been a gnarly week for me. That's why I need these nights with you guys. This is my therapy. Sounds like a little Angelo Badalamenti sneaking through the music there. All right, little Twin Peaks, Angelo Badalamenti, I think. Yeah, has been horrible. Yeah, I'm looking forward to a new one. Yeah, well, it's good that you're looking forward to a new one as opposed to like, this week was so bad, I'm not doing any more weeks. That's how I feel sometimes. Like, nope, we're done. We're all done here. Now, it reminds me of something, a little challenge we had here domestically. My middle child, when he was young, very young, you know, like just getting it together with sentences young, you know, whatever, 5, 6, 7, and played video games, as all kids do, and he would say, he'd get really frustrated and say, I just want to kill myself. Which of course is very triggering for a parent to hear, especially my wife who works in mental health. It's a major issue. And I listened to it and I thought about it and I'm like, this kid is too young to have any concept of killing himself or of death. What does he really mean? And it hit me, the kid plays video games. I want to kill myself most probably means I want to restart the game. Like, oh, that makes sense. like, yeah, kid, I get it. Me too. I want to restart the game sometimes too. I'm not digging this game right now. Engineering the game into that, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Little Neo, little Matrix attitude. Because I choose to. Just a little bit of mass, right? There. A little bit of Trinity, yeah. It's true. You're the guy that hacked the IRS base. That was a long time ago. Louise the Fun Lady, hello. And Lele. Oh, I totally missed Lele. Man. I don't know if Louise is still there. I'm a bad twitcher. Bad twitching. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna stop the stream, take a quick break, and come back. So, love you guys. Come back if you want to. Love to see you in a second. What's up? New friends? Someday to be old friends? How you doing? Come on in. Have a seat. Put your feet up. Listen to the tunes. Tell me what you think about what I'm doing here. Tell me about you. Tell me about whatever you want to tell me about. The reason I made this whole situation is to hopefully create a place for people to vibe, chill, relax. Safe place. Day to survive. Me, there's one more day taking kids to school. Various sporting events. Well, tomorrow night is looking forward to. Doing a little like Cirque du Soleil kind of cabaret kind of thing here in Kansas City. I think of the name of it, but it looks pretty cool. I'd like to solicit some of the performers to model. I've been working on this for, on the clock, probably upper 60s hours. On the calendar, I started early January. Louise, just burning some art. I love your attitude. And the Tai Tihonchke, Onchko art followed. Thank you. Where'd my thingling go here? Let's find some. I'm not really digging this music. For some reason it's agitating me. And I don't need this one either. Doom jazz. I do like me some doom jazz though. Erica Wilson. Thank you. Subtle stuff at this point. Still changing masses, not trying to get into details. Those mass changes have to be very subtle. Thank you, Catherine. What song is currently playing? I don't know. I think it's called Boom Jazz. I don't know if that's the album or. Honestly, I don't know. But I do like it myself. I also appreciate it. Let's just melt a little bit of this, shall we? See what happens. Is I can't touch it for a bit because I'm melting it quite a bit. It's going to be gooey as shit after this. It does give quite a bit of cool stuff for free as far as surface treatment. And I can show you where you've got problems that you didn't realize you had. Things that were hiding from you before become evident when you do this. shiny like this and smooth in some ways. Kind of shows where I've made some mistakes with the masses. And I can come back after this cools. I can't touch it right now, but it's like in just a couple minutes, it will cool down if I can touch it. Sometimes it really reveals how you did something right that you didn't realize. It's kind of lost in some of the surface details, blowing it out, the shading. And you're like, when you see it all smooth like this and shiny, you're like, oh man, right on right there. You feel good about yourself. There, that trapezius is way too sharp right there. So, didn't notice that before. I'll come back and deal with it. Enough with the potentially catastrophic blowtorch. Roni! Yeah, last night was a bit of a fall down. You want the honest answer, Roni? You want to know what I did last night? I watched Old Boy on projector screen and got drunk. It was a really bad mood. I was like, yeah, nobody wants to see this version of Beau. Let's put all this effort into making this chill vibe. I am not going to show up and take a not chill dump on everybody. You know what I mean? Yeah, that is a messed up movie. So yeah, I did go live today. Got an hour in this afternoon, and it was cool. You know, a different experience. I never do daytime, so that was cool to do the day, see the difference. Might start doing that more. Just try to keep my Monday through Thursday evening slot, and then just like when I got a minute, just throw in there and just get in there and throw it down. What happened was I had a minute and I wanted to work on the face, and I was just like, okay, why don't I just turn on the cameras? You know what I mean? Let's just turn on the cameras and see what happens. It was cool. Who is this statue of? During class. Plays. What are you studying? What do you study, Ronnie? And why were you on TikTok during class? Naughty. Naughty, Ronnie. God mode. I'm majoring in psychology and minoring in ASL. It was a gen ed science class, yeah, so you weren't into it. ASL. Applied Science Literature? No, what the hell is ASL? Well, thank you, Yeski. And did you make the statue? Yes, I did. Yes, I made the statue. Thank you for asking. American Sign Language. Interesting. Okay, that's cool. That is definitely going to be a niche that is going to be strong. It's a small niche, you know, with a niche, but that is a solid niche. That is not going anywhere. It's a good one. I call this the Hand of Fate. And why don't you just take a look at it and tell me what the story is. I'd love to hear what you think the story is. I'll show you a few angles here so you can see what's going on. What's going on with that camera, actually? What was the remote for that? Let's move that camera a little bit. I like it. There we go. You want to work with hearing insurance? Yeah. Want to work with children with hearing disabilities. Yeah, you are never going to be unemployed. You have got a fantastic niche. And if you're an entrepreneur, man, graduate, you spend a couple of years learning your craft and developing your Rolodex and your people. Yeah, you start a business doing that, you are set. It's going to be a strong. I'm going to cast this in bronze, yes. And I've been working on it since January 7th, just ask Roni. I'm probably getting the late 60s in hours. You know what? I was enjoying that. I'd be enjoying that blowtorch. I mean, who doesn't enjoy this blowtorch? Let's see what happens. Let's see what else we get to learn. Because I think there's some more learning here that I am not realizing. I may have things that I've done right and things I've done wrong. Feeling generally pretty good about this lower back, buttocks region. I need a little bit of bring back in some indication shape there. This is fun though. It's cool because when it gets glossy and shiny like this, you really can see the shape differently at least. I don't know about more, but differently. And it's kind of like when a bodybuilder oils themselves up to see the shape. That's kind of what's going on with this. But when this cools down and isn't molten anymore, it stays shiny. So I can really see what's going on there. Like I said, what I'm doing right, what I'm doing wrong. This is a kind of a discovery, just because I got the blowtorch out for other reasons, and here we are. Hand of Fate, yes. You know, Roni's like my ambassador. He's my, I don't know, I feel like there's a parallel there, that you are a communicator who wants to work with people that need help with language and all of that, and you are doing exactly that for me. I'm relatively language impaired myself. So you're an excellent ambassador. Actually, that's interesting, right? Ambassador. I bet you could go a lot of directions. Psychology and sign language. You could have a really interesting future. That could get really interesting. Also explains why you know what the hell I'm talking about half the time. Thank you. Kakita Victoria. Hello, thank you. Appreciate that feedback for someone who's been gone and came back. I'm totally seeing areas that I need to work on. I thought were good and are not. And I would have been very upset if I'd gone through the entire casting process and got to see it in a patina and be like, oh, well, that area sucks, and I feel bad about myself. This is interesting. I'm sure other more experienced sculptors know about this and do this already. Doubt I invented this, or am the first person to invent this anyway. Wine. I'm sure I'm not the first sculptor to invent drinking while sculpting. I need to work on this whole right hip region of hers. It's messed up. Because I put cloth on it and then I took the cloth off. It's all messed up. Whole right hip is not as I would like it to be. Well, a little history lesson there. The water in Florence, Italy was toxic. So everybody drank wine instead of water while working. So I'm sure, by our standards, old Mickey was a alcoholic. Okay, I might be done playing with the blowtorch in a minute. Starting to turn into playing. Having too much fun. So I have to put the wine down. Yeah, alcoholic was not a choice. Survival. Being an alcoholic was survival. Spandex, hello. Is the bird returning to her? Is the bird coming to her? Or is she releasing the bird to fish for her? Fish? You brought a whole nother element. No, not fishing. I'll tell you that much. At least I feel secure in saying not fishing. I like being open to other people's interpretation, but there's just not much room for fishing in this story. I think of this as she is receiving the bird, which is landing on her arm or on her hand. She's receiving it. That's how I think of it. Coming to her, she's receptive to it. It's coming to her. It's got more shiny. Yeah, that process you just saw with the blowtorch is pretty cool. It melts it and on the surface and makes it shiny, which isn't just for aesthetic. It helps me to see the surface morphology better or differently anyway. And I can see, one, where I'm doing things right, and two, where I'm doing things not right and need to change it. And even after it cools down and hardens, it stays shiny. So pretty cool, really. Pretty cool. Who showed up? Who is this? Louis the farm lady is raiding with a party of one. I like this. It's an intimate party. Hello, party people. Hello, party lady. Feels dirty. A party of one from the lady. Just talking smack. Thank you. Estefanita. What's up, Beach Walks? You are still lurking. I appreciate that. Appreciate your input. Wow, all right. I'm not going to attribute that to any major knowledge, skill, or experience. I am not particularly skilled at languages. I've had a lot of exposure. Spent a lot of time in Moscow, a lot of time in Tokyo. Spent a little bit of time in Italy. I learned to survive in each of those situations. I am not gifted with language. Thank you. I'll tell you a story about my learning process of language. For those of us who are multilingual are going to laugh at me, but I was in Moscow and I was at a restaurant and I just wanted water. And I'm like, okay, Voda. Give me some goddamn Voda. And the waitress had no idea what I was saying. And I'm like, I know that's the word. I know it is. I know it. I know it's Voda. I just know it is. Why don't you understand me? I'm just about to have a meltdown. I'm like, I'm just so frustrated with not, with people not understanding my Russian. It was just like, I'm gonna pop. I'm gonna pop. I'm on the edge. I'm about to pop. And it was another American who said, you're saying Voda like you say water. But you don't say it that way. You say Voda, not Voda. You're saying Voda like you're saying water. It's Voda. I'm like, oh my God. And there are many aha moments when you're learning another language, but that was like an early one for me of like, oh, I get how far I am away from understanding this language. It also might have been the day I decided to give up. Oh my God, greetings from Lawrence, Uganda, Kampala, East Africa. Nice. Thank you for joining, Lawrence. I am looking forward to casting this, yeah. It's gonna be fun. Earlier today, Haley was watching the stream. I streamed this afternoon for a little while. She had a really solid suggestion, which my background is in computer graphics. I've done a lot of 3D scanning and things like that, 3D sculpting, but I've been avoiding wanting to do that. And her argument was that I should do that because if I 3D scan it and I can do small 3D prints of it, I could actually sell it. People could put it on their desk as a smaller version. And it gave me this really solid, like, good feeling that, maybe somebody's at work, they're having a stressful day, something's not working, something bad's going on, and maybe just looking at my girl could, take them hopefully to that chill place that we're trying to cultivate here in the stream and help that person get through the day. I'm like, holy crap, okay, that is an argument for 3D scanning so that I can scale it down and print it out smaller. I like this story. I want to be part of this story, right? Bronied by it. That's right. Well, okay. I guess that's what we're going to do then. Before I cast this thing and destroy it, I will, before I mold it, I mean, because it's going to get destroyed in the process of molding, I will do a 3D scan. And then we can 3D print it at different sizes. You know, I'm pretty tired of this song. I have a massive phoenix tattoo on my back. I don't know, is there any way I could see it? Can you show me the massive phoenix tattoo on your back? Because you can't just say something like that to me. You can't be like, oh, I have a phoenix tattoo on my back and then not show it to me. Like, I don't know, DM me or something. I want to set up a Discord and then you can share it with everybody if you want to, but I haven't done it yet. So, my bad. But in the meantime, send me a DM or something. I want to see or send me a link or whatever. Post a link right here. I want to see your phoenix tattoo. It's awesome. So yeah, I would print it in pieces. I wouldn't print it all at once. If it were big, but that's the whole point of the story, is printing it small, because she was suggesting she'd like to see it small to put it on her desk or something. Thank you, Pondy. A lot of cross shapes right there, right? There's this zygomatic arch that goes this way, and then there's all this musculature that goes contradictory to it in some ways, and then there's fat structures on top of that, and skin on top of that. So the face is so complex with contradictory morphology. This is terrible. Jesus Christ. What the hell did I do? God, okay, let's just start over. Going back to the beginning. Still I rise. Wow. Okay, that's an interesting reference. Oh, is that back to the tattoo? I will. Wings go across my shoulder blades, tail grows in my spine, and spells. Oh my God. No, you can't just say shit like that to me. Okay, yeah, I need to see this. I need to see this tattoo. This is amazing. Oh my God. You know what? I'm going to show you something. One of my hobbies, this is definitely a hobby, is powerlifting. I pick up big weights, big heavy things. And I'm going to show you my inside of my weight belt. Can you see it? You see what's written on the inside of my weight belt? I thought you might like that. But one of my other hobbies is wine, so there are limitations to my powerlifting success. Although that's the nice thing of powerlifting over, say, bodybuilding. Most powerlifters just don't worry too much about drinking a little bit now and then. Sit there and beat themselves up like it's a bad thing. Great. Thank you. Now I have to pronounce it right because you said it. Estefanita. I hope I said it twice. I hope I said it right again. Kind of smells like burnt clay in here. I wonder why. The other day, my wife came down and said, "It smells like something's burning down here." And I said, "Yeah, I burnt some clay." And she's like, "No, it smells like burnt flesh." I'm like, "Yeah, I burned some flesh too. My own." Good morning from Finland. Hello, Finland. Thank you for joining. I do love people all around the world joining in and letting me know it, that they're from all over the world. I have been all over the world. I haven't been to Finland, but I've been to St. Petersburg, which is extremely close. St. Petersburg, Russia. Oh yeah, so over on Twitch, by the way, Adriana, people on Twitch are also asking about your tattoo. They want to see it. So if you want to look at Instagram link or something, you got a whole fan base wanting to see your back. But if you're, self-conscious, you can just share it with me because I have to see it. I must see that it is requisite for you to show at least me. You brought it up. Twitch is lonely, but it's also, there's a lot fewer people there, but it's a very devoted group of social, it's just a community, right? That's the right word. It's just a solid community. The people I've met on Twitch are just solid people. They feel like lifelong friends. Now, I will say that I'm starting to feel that way about some of the people here on TikTok too, which surprised me, because TikTok's kind of like the public bathroom of, at least that was my perception, it was the public bathroom of social media, and I am getting a lot of community. So, maybe everything I just said is bullshit. I don't know, what do I know? I've only been streaming for a few months, so I'm learning about all this. Oh, thank you. Hello, mommy. Hello, mommy. Mommy. Crazy cool heart. Just getting into a different light, you can see like, oh wow, that structure actually right there is really working. You just can't see it unless you get in the right light. That right there, it's a little work. Where'd my squeezle go? There's my squeezle. There's my squeezle. All right, let's get the squeeze in. My squeezle. Firenze. Really? Firenze. Are you from Italia? Or Brooklyn? Hand of Fate. Yes, I missed that question. But my ambassador. Got it. Yeah, I call this Hand of Fate, at least that's the working title. Which makes me think of the line from Terminator 2, which is no fate but what we make. Yes, it's the hand of fate, but fate is in her own hand. She's choosing her own fate. She's manifesting her own fate. Because, if you, I don't know if anyone's noticed or looking, in her other hand she holds a knife. So she is going to, the narrative here, she's going to sacrifice, or at least implications are, she's going to sacrifice the phoenix herself, not wait for it to reincarnate on its own, but rather sacrifice it, taking her fate in her own hands, manifesting her own reincarnation herself. That's what it is to me. Now, if you look at this and you see something else that works for you, and especially if it's cathartic, that's cool too. That's what I think of. But I wasn't thinking anything when I came up with it. That's what I was saying earlier tonight about sometimes it's best just to let your hands loose. Learn from your hands. Let your hands answer the question, and then your mind can follow the hands. In this case, I don't think I had an objective when I started. I didn't have this theme that I wanted to explore. I just let my hands loose. And we ended up here. So my interpretation of what my hands did is as I just described. But whatever yours is not only valid, but welcome. I'd like to hear it. I think Roni had a couple of kooky ass answers that were pretty good too. It's like, well, I didn't think of that. That's not where I went all with this. Tony Wright, thank you for that input. Material. What is it actually? I'm going to go back and click to see your full text because it's partially covered. Scan unit smaller version made in all sorts of materials now, including I recently saw Bakelite. Oh, okay. Right, that's cool. Look at different materials to make it in. Yeah, you're right. I'm making a wine. How much would I sell it for? Peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I want to get it out there. I want people to be able to have it. So that's what we're talking about, different ways for it to get out there. You know, like probably like resins or 3D prints or something. I'd like for this to be in people's lives. I don't want it to be unattainable. So I haven't actually sold a sculpture before on my website. Like, you know, like everything on my website since I started doing streaming like this is drop shipping, or what you can put on demand. Okay, and that works great for print. But, you know, obviously isn't going to work so well for this. So I have to find a way to make this accessible. I want it to be accessible to people so that they can say, yes, I want that. I want it on my desk, and I want it, you know, 8 inches tall, because that's the only thing that's going to fit on my desk. Let me get in trouble or whatever. But when I'm having a shitty ass day, my boss is stressing me out or whatever, I look at that and it makes me think about the chill vibe from from watching the stream, I mean, this is like all solid wins for me. Because I don't think of art as being made of clay. I don't think of art as being made of paint or anything else. Art exists purely inside the perception of the viewer. The electricity in your brain is the art. So if that doesn't get there, if it doesn't get into your brain, if it doesn't stimulate a response inside your cortex, then it's not art. And it can't do that unless it's present in your life. So, I want to make it accessible. I'm not going to sit here and pontificate about perceived value and say, I want my sculpture to be perceived worth millions of dollars, therefore I must charge such and such. The value for me is that, again, if there's someone in logistics who's having a shitty day, but they've been watching my stream and they bought, you know, an 8-inch print of this, and it's on their desk, and that makes them get through their day, and they can get home to their kids or whatever, and, you know, make it through another day. I mean, that's beyond value. That is the value to me. So, all that being said, a bit of pontification there, a bit of a diatribe, is I'm gonna try to find a way to get this on my site. You know, there isn't such thing as print on demand for 3D, but I might just do it myself or something. Ferris Bueller's Day Off in the Art Museum. Oh my God, that's the best. And it's not Roni. I read that, thought it was awesome, and then saw that it was you that said it, Roni. Thank you. How heavy is it? There's a poop ton of clay in this thing. This thing's probably 50 pounds of clay. I mean, I've literally purchased like 10 plus of these things, which are 4.5 pounds a piece. That's my actual only gauge. I haven't weighed it, but I know that there's at least 10 of those 4.5 pound chunks of clay going to, which is hard to believe. Every time I bought one, I think this is the last one I have to get. And then I'm on like on a first name basis with the girls at Blick Art here in Kansas City. Which I generally like artist craftsmen more as an art store, but I gotta say, you know, Blick it's corporate, but they have the stuff I need. You own a 3D print company. Zana80815 will DM me. Maybe you can help me figure this out, because I actually don't own a 3D printer. I've worked in VFX my whole life. I know a hell of a lot about 3D, but I don't even own a 3D printer. So maybe you can help me get this done. That could be an interesting business, right? Maybe for you, maybe you're print on demand. I don't know. We can look at the numbers, see if it works. You could be print on demand for 3D. How cool would that be? Let's see if we can hook you up with my, I guess it'd be manual. Manually go from orders on the website to you or something. I'll figure it out. What kind of printers do you use? Bamboo? Oh, the brand is Bamboo. Sorry, I had to access a different part of my brain I haven't accessed recently. Bamboo printer, what the shit is that? Got a lot of things running around in the old Beau's head here. So yeah, I had to access a different part of my brain there. Bamboo. It's been changing. I've got so many careers I've done, so many things of like, everything's contextual. All the acronyms, everything's contextual. And everybody acts like it's so, oh yeah. What's wrong with you that you don't know this? Uh-huh. Okay. That's nice. Just keep spending a minute in my house. Keep up the acronyms. I worked at Toyota last year. I was director of simulation for user experience, basically making video games. My department made video games for the user to experience autonomous cars. And talk about acronym nutsy. Good God. Car companies are out of control with the acronyms. Everything's a damn acronym. This is cool, kind of a cool part where you're doing what I'm doing right now, because it's like massage. Finding the knots, working them out, you're feeling the shape. It's like you could actually sculpt without your eyes on that part. Just feel it. Eagle, bird, or the woman. What would you choose? What would I choose to do what with? Did I miss the context of that? Material. This is plastiline, oil-based clay. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. These corrugators right here, what you call them, muscles. Really pretty complex. Centered right there on the top of the nasal structure and fan out. Feeling this is in place, feeling the shapes in place. Corrective massage, maybe that's a better way to say it. It's more like corrective massaging. Feeling pretty good about my intention was to bring just a twist of Rebecca Ferguson into this. I'm feeling pretty good about that. I feel like I have just a twist of Rebecca, not a portrait of her by any means, but just a twist of the Ferguson. I like that. Massaging the leg. Oh my God. Yeah, that was a minute ago, right? Young, scrappy, and hungry. Started on January 7th. Yeah, that was. If you go back, if you look at those January 7th streams, those were cringy and gnarly. That's when I had this right here. What can I get? Where the hell is the camera? There we go. I had this 5/16 steel in my hand, and I was bending it by hand. And it was more like a strongman competition. Pretty gnarly stuff. Yeah, I would actually say in retrospect, this whole piece kind of turned into a twist of my wife and Rebecca Ferguson. this is an interesting experience doing what I'm doing right now, because you can feel the symmetry more than you can see it. Which is what I'm trying to do right now, because I've got some, because of, I've got it obstructed with the bird, and I'm doing it the way I'm doing it, which I chose to do it this way on purpose. It's hard to see the symmetry, but I can feel it. All right, I'm trying to get that, it's called the temporalis. Right here, I'm going to touch the cranium right here. I'm trying to get that to be symmetrical. And the zygomatic right here, I'm trying to get it's not quite symmetrical. It's really kind of interesting experience to do it that way. Like I said, it's like corrective massage. Is it the passion between them? It's hard to pick on or the other. I want to pick them both. Are you talking about me and the sculpture, or are you talking about her and the bird? Sorry, couldn't help it. Had to interject myself in that story. I can get this frontal occipital here. I want it, it's not quite right. Well, I'm trying to get you. Feel more than I can see. I'll be scolding my eyes closed. Which is fun. Thank you, Linda. See if the left hand feels the same thing the right one does. This is not wax. This is plastiline, oil-based clay. So I hit her with the blowtorch, which smoothed her out and made her shiny in areas. Oof, missing. Missed that. I don't know that very many sculptors moonlight as massage therapists, but I would say that if you went from sculptor to massage therapist, you'd probably be good at it. Oof. Gnarly. Sorry, this might not be that exciting to watch. I'm just feeling that there's some inconsistencies from the left and the right side. And I'm slowly heating it with my fingers and massaging it out of her. Like I said, it's like corrective massage and finding places she needs to be smoothed out and made more symmetrical from the left and the right side. I can feel it with my fingers more than I can see with my eyes. Suzanne, do you need to be smoothed out on both sides? I call this sculpture Hand of Fate. Masseter muscle comes up on each side of the jaw and the mandible there. Feels pretty good. We were just discussing that I'm very interested in trying to make this be something accessible to people. My philosophy in art is that it doesn't exist in the clay, it doesn't exist in my hands, it exists in your mind. When you consume it, when it sparks that life inside your mind is the only time art even exists. So, that being said, really, it excites me to think that, well, maybe not even think, just to know, like if people report to me that they've got something of mine that in their life that helped them get through a difficult time, whether it's just a day of work or maybe even like a tribulation, a challenge in life. So I'm trying to figure, to answer your question, I would like to try to find a way to make this be financially accessible to people. So I was thinking I might actually 3D scan it so I can scale it down and sell like resins that are smaller you can put on your desk or something. The gallery is coming along. So I got a projector tonight. Very fantastic digital projector. And it's going to be one of many, and I'm going to create a video wall at the gallery. And so that is very exciting. Dios ele bendiga el trabajo. And I am not good enough at Spanglish to get any which is funny. Of all the languages I've been exposed to and have some level of competency at, Spanish should be the one I would be able to deal with a little bit better. Dios mío. Does my art talk to me? I think she talks to me indirectly, which I'm not afraid of, being crazy and being talked to by art, but that's not the point. I think it's more of like she talks to me in that when I get it right, I can hear her voice. So like looking at the face now, like when I started the night, her face was like, okay, it's basically where I'm going with this. I could just leave it like it is, blah, blah, blah. But where I am now, it's like, no, she's starting to take on a life and a personality of her own. It's starting to become real. So in that regard, she's starting to talk to me because she can. She's not just, an approximation. Feels authentic to me. How do you think that she's, maybe a weird question, but approximately how do you think that she is? You kind of lost me there. Thank you. Thank you, Linda. Well, Linda, there's actually no such thing as, with sculpture, there's no such thing as an original. Right, because this is an oil-based clay, so in the process, the clay is actually going to get destroyed. So now you could, I will probably cast some bronze of this. You could get a bronze. That'd be expensive just because of the metal. It's very expensive. Or a resin, which is like a kind of a plaster slash plaster plastic combo kind of thing is what a resin is. It's pretty resilient, strong, but not that heavy. That would be a good option. But with sculpture, there really is no such thing as an original, to be honest, right? Because the original goes away. There's no original Rodin. Everything he did got cast. My personal favorite, Camille Claudel, if you're familiar with her. She was a student slash muse of Rodin. Some people think that some of the actual artwork is attributed to Rodin was hers. Her work looked a lot like Rodin, but it just had this sensual quality. And I would say not just sensual, it seems like a generalization. Sensitivity, I would say, to her work. It was just staggering. It was like, it's like a Kathy Kolowitz, but in dimension. If that means anything to anybody. a second. The veil Michelangelo used on his marble sculpture was amazing. Yeah, sculpting cloth, yeah, that's some next level, right? Sculpting cloth and marble, good God. It's not that I'm going to say I couldn't do it if it was my entire lifetime, but I think of all the skills that I have in all the different mediums, digital and blah, 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 if you were to concentrate that into just working marble, like, yeah, I guess I could get there in a lifetime, but Jesus Christ, I mean, serious respect. And Bernini is actually more my favorite, especially with that topic of translucent cloth over form in marble. And Bernini's just staggering. Good evening, Charlie. How are you? You come to see me flame broil as a female? Thank you. That just made it really unaffordable. Well, I don't know that I like that response. I want it to be affordable. So like I said, I'm gonna come up with some like resin solutions so that you can have it. I want you to have it. Like I said, art in a warehouse doesn't exist. It's not art. It's just clay or whatever, bronze. It's just an inert material. Art only exists in the mind of the person that's consuming it. So it's not art if it's not being consumed. And so I want it to be sitting on your desk or in your home. You know, and if you like it this scale, like large, and you want to put it in your home, hell yeah. But if you know, if this resonates with you and this is going to somehow make your life better, then I want it in your life, making your life better. Not, you know, in some unattainable format. Nice. Yes, I have been to the Rodin Museum in Paris. It is spectacular. Oh, Paris. So I was in Paris in... What just happened to my screen? That was weird. It's making my life better seeing it here. I would love to have it at home. Yeah, nice. So I also thought I might make prints of it, you know, 2D prints, like photography prints is an option as well. I don't know, we'll see. I mean, what do you guys want? You know, if I might like take a photograph of it, show you guys, guys want it, I'll put it up. Yeah, we'll figure it out. I'm not really at that stage yet. I'm still, like I said, you'll know when you're done with your piece because you stop exploring. I'm still very much exploring here, so we're not done yet. But when we are done, we'll have that conversation about what we're going to do with it together. Because you guys have been part of the process. You guys are the artists as much as me at this point. You've been part of the process. Right? I was about to tell a Paris story. Thank you, Teleska. Yeah, I was in Paris in 2008. I'd been in Moscow, and I flew from Moscow to Paris and met my girlfriend, and we were in Paris for a while together, like, I don't know, less than a week, but a while. And, you know, it was a pretty serious relationship, you know. We were there. We went to the Rodin Museum. The day we were going to go to Giverny, which is Monet's gardens, where he painted lilies. She asked me to go to the drugstore for her, and I did. And you just haven't known fun until you've had to pantomime pregnancy test at a drugstore in a foreign country with people that don't speak English. Or they did speak English and they were just enjoying the hell out of this experience, watching this American trying to pantomime pregnancy test. And that's when my girlfriend basically went from girlfriend to mother of my child and wife, which was an inevitability anyway, honestly. Just, that's how it happened. And so that's, you know, when you say the Rodin in Paris, like, yeah, I went to the Rodin, I went to the Louvre, same day, actually. And she was not into the Louvre so much that day. She wasn't feeling the Louvre that day. That's when she finally gave up and let the nausea set in. She's like, yeah, I'm not pretending I'm not nauseous anymore. I am, and now I know why. So yes, that's how that happened. And we've been together now for 16 years. Well, we've been married for 16 years. We've been together longer than that. Oh, she's a hell of a woman. I don't know if it's the same as remarkable. She's a hell of a woman. Yes, she is remarkable. It has been a hell of a 16 years. She's been through a lot with me. That's for sure. Do a lot together. And she still basically looks like this sculpture, so that's pretty cool. After all these years, my wife still basically looks like this. I call this the hand of fate. And for me, it's about a story of self-actualization, which is kind of like the story I just told. Yeah, so we have this female that's receptive, receiving. I mean, she's ethereal, she's kind of floating, right? Majestic and floating. She's receiving the bird to land in her hands. She's smiling at it. If you look at it from one side, she's smiling. If the other one, she's kind of a little sad, which I like. This side, from me, my perspective, she looks sad. From her left, she looks a little sad. From her right, she looks a little happy. That's intentional. Well, accidental and intentional. I did it and then really liked it and increased it. She's receiving the bird in her hands. The bird represents, you know, a phoenix represents reincarnation, manifestation, all of that sort of stuff. But the thing that's most important about the sculpture to me is if you look at her right hand, and maybe I need to sculpt it more articulately because a lot of people have a question about it. She is going to have a knife in her right hand. And the idea there being that this is her bird, but she's going to sacrifice it. She's going to sacrifice the bird. So it's not a passive act of allowing the bird to reincarnate. The bird is coming to her, but she's going to choose her own fate. She's going to sacrifice her bird to create who she chooses to be. So this is a self-manifestation, self-actualization story. Thank you for asking. I've told that story many times on the stream, but it's not gonna go. I actually enjoy telling it every time someone asks. I don't know, maybe it's just tonight. Maybe it's the wine, but I'm really enjoying the sculpting with a blowtorch experience. Maybe it's a cheap thrill. But it's really interesting, like getting the masses in the right place with, you know, just slopping it in there, like traditional sculpting, and then melting and letting it fall into place. It's like a interesting experience. Getting them, because it's not going to melt into place if it's not there in the first place, right? You got to get it in the right place in the first place, or it won't happen. But doing that and then using the torch to letting it fall into place is a very strange, you know, it's interesting experience. Right? If it was wrong, it's not going to melt and become right. Something about the physics, you know, obviously surface tension and the way the clay behaves as it becomes fluid, semi-plastic fluid. If it's already basically in shape, especially considering the underlying structure has to be in the right place, because I'm not melting the underlying structure, just the surface. So it's essentially becoming fluid only on the surface. So if the underlying structure is right, as it becomes fluid, it's pulling into the right shape. Very kind of interesting. It's almost like seeing things that I did and I didn't even realize I did right. Watching that pull together in the right way. I don't know, maybe the wine's talking. I have to go over here and convince TikTok I'm still alive. It's a very needy platform. Hi, Fight Lady. Are you still there? Or have I missed you? I'm sorry. I need to switch my configuration here so I can see better. Okay, let me do that. I'm going to switch this here and this here so I can see you guys on Twitch better. I'm totally missing you guys, and I feel like a jackalope for it. Could you sculpt like a young man and woman getting married? I don't think I would ever sculpt a young man and woman getting married. However, I would love to sculpt a man and woman in a tension conflict dynamic that represents marriage. Absolutely, right? Ronnie's back. That's just a cheap thrill, is what that is. Sculpting with a blowtorch, that's a cheap thrill. It gives me anxiety. You're right. Actually, it's over, so I don't have to change it. You're right, the song is anxiety inducing, but it's over. I just dropped my nuts. Literally. Nuts just fell on the floor. I'll clean them up later. Is that a phoenix she's holding? What do you mean? I'm sorry. I don't mean to be a jerk. Yes, we've talked about it quite a bit tonight. Yes, that is a phoenix she's holding. Metaphorical bird. I definitely burned some clay on that last one. It smelled like burnt clay in here. Which is better than the other night when it smelled like burnt Beau. Thank you. Empress of Cups. Goodness, are you into the tarot? Are you a Tarosian? My wife is definitely into the tarot. I was into tarot. The old Carly Marx was into tarot. Not Karl Marx, I'm saying Carl Jung. Karl Marx. Good God. That's funny. That would, you call that a Freudian slip. I am an oracle. That sounds like a bold statement. I have no idea what it means. If you want to tell me, I'd love to hear. What is an oracle? I know that cause of psychology. Oh, cause, I'm sure you mean because. Sweet peace, love letter. You can tell she works out. Yes, she's doing all this she's doing bird presses. Do you ever do classes for people? I haven't done much pedagogical kind of stuff. I'm not against it. It's not really my skill set. In fact, I don't think it ever would be. I don't think I'd ever be a teacher per se. However, I've had a lot of employees that I've had to teach. So, you know, I don't know. I think if I were to teach, I'd probably handle it a lot more like it was a business. And I was training, you know, like when I trained people or taught them how to do a skill because I needed them to do it because I was going to make money off their skills. I don't know. I presume I probably would handle it similarly. I don't know. Or I would grow into some other new way. I don't know. Not everything has to be done the way it was done in the past. Don't want to forget it. Just for the sake of it, might be value to learn from the past. I've had 50 plus employees at an office in Moscow, office in LA. Finish piece even through casting. Do you do your own bronze casting also? I haven't done bronze casting, So this is either going to be exploratory and we're going to get real gnarly up in here, and I will stream it all, and you guys can either see me epically win or fail, or I'll be wise and we'll do a little road trip together. Again, I'll stream that too if I do, and we'll go to a foundry and have somebody else do it. Good at a lot of things, doesn't mean I'm good at everything. Well, more specifically means I haven't done everything. Could be good at it, who knows? Haven't done it yet. Like I personally am not cast in bronze. I have not personally done that, so most likely path to success is to hire somebody. But if I do, either way, what I'll do is we'll be streaming that either way, or at least recording, and then showing. One way or another, you will not be excluded. Linda, it's like we're ships in the night passing, running into each other. Well, I'm not perfect, but I do try to get on here and stream Monday through Thursday, approximately 9 p.m. Central for a few hours. So, if you want to find me, you should be able to find me there. Now, I'm not perfect. Last night I failed. I did not get online last night. Last night I was in a terrible mindset, and I sat in the basement and watched Old Boy and got drunk, which was basically like, I think the only thing worse I could have done would be like watch Apocalypse Now and drink scotch. It's the only thing I could have done worse than Old Boy and wine. Consider my mindset before I started. This is plastiline, it's an oil-based clay. Marini Petrovskaya. That's as good as I get after being gone from Russia for How long has it been? I haven't been to Russia since 2010. That's as good as my Russian's gonna get. Well, Empress, you don't have to miss it. Just come back. I mean, I'm having a good time, and I'm not going to stop while I'm still exploring. But at some point, I will finish this thing, or I'll stop working on it anyway, and I'll start a new one. I mean, it's going to keep going. You know, I don't know what I'm going to do next. Part of me wants to do a male figure, just because I haven't done one recently. I've got a couple ideas for some female pieces, but I mean, this one I really fell in love with over time. I wasn't in love with it before I started. I fell in love with time and added. You know, this was not, as you see it now, was not in my mind before I started. So I've got to find a piece that I think there's subject or an intention that I think I can fall in love with, right? Well, like marriage or life, right? People say, oh, you know, do you believe in such and such romantic notion? I'm like, well, no, that's bullshit. You work for it. Real love doesn't happen instantaneously. It happens over time. Infatuation, sure. You know, infatuation is very, very necessary. I'm not diminishing the value of infatuation. If it wasn't for infatuation, there wouldn't be anything else. You know, excited, infatuated, you wouldn't possibly go to that effort to get anywhere else. Important stuff. So anyway, relevance to that topic is the same as true in sculpture. I've got to find a piece that I'm infatuated with enough to fall in love with. Jesus. Aggressive sound. Thank you, Christy. Appreciate it. Dropping shit left and right. Oh. Is the spirit of Jezebel at work here? Interesting. Well, that might say more about you than me. I don't disapprove by any means. But I do think you might be projecting, which is cool. It's part of the process. Projection is a mandatory part of the process. Thank you. I'm glad that you feel appreciative of the camera work. I've done a lot of film work in my life, so cameras are also part of my deal. It's not incidental. What did I learn? What did I fix, if anything? Fixed a few things, didn't fix everything. Okay, repeat. Fixed a few things, didn't fix everything. Jesus. James Brown, you're a lot to say there. I'm not quite sure what your point is. Met James Brown once. The original, I mean. Back in '98. Did a thing called the Experience Music Project. I sculpted James Brown's face young. You still find that on Google or on YouTube, online, I bet. Jesus. Yeah, fix some things, didn't fix a lot of things. A lot of the same problems that were there before are still there. And I lost them. Try again. Try harder. He, my woman, must not be seeing eye to eye today. That's true. Unless you're talking to me. Oh, maybe you're talking to James. you. I appreciate all the love from everybody, even though I'm not feeling it towards myself right now. So I'm not sure what James was saying, but I'm definitely not a narcissist because I am not feeling love towards myself right now. We do what we do. We do what we can do. Almost mermaid-like. A little bit. Yeah. I mean, mermaids were sirens, right? They were seductive. They called, mythology of the sirens, that they called, I mean, the mermaids, they called the sailors to the sea, to their ultimate doom of death. I made mermaids for a movie called Peter Pan. Came out in, or several Peter Pans came out, but one I worked on came out in 2003-ish. I made mermaids for that. I made the crocodile for that. I modeled that, sculpted it, if you will, digitally. Kind of gave like a patina. It was a blowtorch over here to melt the surface of the clay. So yeah, a lot like a patina. Yes. A little cheap thrill. Get to see a change in texture and specularity. It's pretty cool. What was the favorite movie I worked on? Jesus. All right, so brace yourself because you're probably never gonna know what it is. Favorite movie I ever worked on was a movie called Adaptation, directed by Spike Jonze. Came out about 2002-ish. Starring Nick Cage and Meryl Streep. Small independent film. But for me, it was very important. I'd been at Sony working on Harry Potter and Stuart Little 2 and those things, big films. And I was young. I felt like I was old and seasoned, but the truth is I was still very young. And I needed to essentially get out on my own and really define myself. So I got an opportunity. I left a big company and I went to work for a small company called Gray Matter that had a personal relationship with the director, and did a test for them to show that I could make what they needed, which was a digital B. So I ended up making about a 40-second little scene in the middle of the movie. It's all 3D animated, and again, this is circa 2002, and I did it predominantly by myself with a little bit of help. And so it really made a lot of notoriety for me in the industry. People that knew. So it was definitely a blending point of like, at that point CG was still very new and sexy. So like I went to the movie premiere where I met Brad Pitt and Jodie Foster and Nick Cage and all those people who were there. And when I was standing there next to Brad Pitt, the director walked up to me and he said, "How do you feel about your work in the movie?" And I'm like, "Spike, you were just really a class act." Because a lot of directors are very narcissistic. They're very self-serving. They don't give a crap about how you feel about your art form. All they care about is what it means to them and the value to them. And Spike was an artist. So he dealt with other people like they were artists. He treated me like an artist. And so the first question Spike asked me at the premiere was, "How do you feel about your work in my movie?" Like, man, Spike, you're class. And so it was important to me because one, I had left a big company and I was out on my own, doing a large segment of a movie, 40 seconds all by myself, mostly by myself. And it was good because I was working with someone like Spike. And he was obviously not starstruck. Like I said, I'm standing next to Brad Pitt. He comes over and talks to me. And asked me that question. So I would say by far, Adaptation was my favorite movie that I worked on for a variety of reasons. I think it was artistically a defining moment for me, professionally a defining moment for me. To answer your question. I'm doing with the brush. So the brush I'm dipping in Aquaphor, which is basically just an oil, a thick petroleum jelly. And I'm just using it to push around the surface of the clay because it permeates the clay, but not very deep. So I can kind of push the surface around just along the surface. You know, but I could do minor sculpting with it, if you will. Minor morphological changes, not major. I mean, I can press hard with it and just use it like a tool. Sure. You know, it's got a metal base to it, so I can push real hard and get other aspects out of it. For the most part, it's just about pushing subtly. This is an oil base, and no, this is not a baking situation. This will get cast, molded in another material. Initially a resin, then an alloy. Leaving this here for whenever you notice. I'm heading to bed. Wonderful stream as always. Thank you, Tony. Appreciate it. How much time? It's been, I started January 7th, and I'm probably getting close to like 70 hours of time. Yeah, I haven't really been out here presenting myself as an artist very long. I mean, less than a year. You know, this has been more of something I just did for my own sanity. My professional work was digital and film, in which case I could name drop all night. But that's not what you're asking. You're asking about relative to this kind of fine art. And the truth is I haven't really put it out there. I'm just now putting it out there. So, you know, a lot of good people that I've met, mostly like on Twitch, who have purchased prints of my work. So that's super cool. It's gonna give me an anxiety attack. I gotta skip this song. Me too. I actually really like it in a different context. It'd be fine. I like that song. But this is not the context. It's gonna give me a freaking anxiety attack. Not the time for that shit. I mean, hell, I like Rage Against the Machine when I'm working out, but not right now. I mean, not drunk. I had a couple of drinks during dinner the other night, and I went off on Rage Against the Machine and gave a little diatribe, a little docu-series description of the history of Rage Against the Machine to my son. Poor kid, took it like a champ. He just sat there and listened to Dad go on, drolling on about the political significance of Rage Against the Machine. Kid's a trooper. It's like, okay, Dad's had a glass of wine, a bottle of wine. We're gonna listen to him talk about some band I've never heard of. Okay. Kid's awesome. She is glossier today. I will show you why in real time. All right, let's see, where's the camera? You wanna see why? Okay, where's a good angle? There you go, you see her butt and leg. Woo! All right, so that's getting all shiny and glossy. Basically, I'm melting the surface. And what's cool is it changes the specularity and the surface characteristics, but when it cools down and hardens again, it maintains that same change. And for me, it's awesome because I get to see a different, at least a different way of looking at the morphology. I can see like the shapes that I couldn't previously see. It's like, oh, wait a minute, I've done it wrong right here, and I didn't notice before. So it's pretty cool. It's nice. It shows me things I didn't see before. It's also like sculpting with heat a little bit. Not a lot. It doesn't move the clay around very much, but a little bit. If you didn't have the shapes right before, it sure as hell doesn't make them be right by putting heat on it. If you had it right before and then it melts and falls into place, it's pretty cool to watch. So it, elucidates in some ways. It shows you what you've got right. Also shows you what you got wrong. Yeah, when she's bronze, she will be shiny. Or, even the what do you call it? The resin will have a certain surface texture to it. Oh, I got dingled. Who dingled me? I don't know. I don't know who just dingled me. SMB 1230. I'm I'm glad to be here first. Not sure exactly what you're referring to, but if you dig it, you can follow, and I think we're going to notice when I come back. All right, and then it works. I'm generally on here, try to be on here 4 nights a week. Well, it's an oil-based clay, so it does not dry out pretty much ever. South Africa. Hello, South Africa. Corrective massage. England, nice. Good friend of mine is from the UK. I don't actually know where he's from, honestly. I met him in Tokyo. I don't know what part of the UK he's from. It's oftentimes on the Twitch side, but I haven't seen him tonight. I'm sorry, Fight Lady. I am remiss not paying attention to you. You're much more devoted, and I appreciate you. It's really my eyes aren't good enough. I need to figure out how to get the font bigger. But I do need a refill. You're right. Luckily, I've got a. You're all gonna mock me. Feel free. I have a box of wine. That's right. I have a box of Merlot behind me. I want to fill my glass with it. I'm going to drink it. You're going to mock me. That's how it's going to go. And then we'll move on. Mountain Dew. Holy shit. Really? Just straight up Mountain Dew, no vodka or anything, just Mountain Dew. Okay. All right. Box of wine. Dark soda. Yeah. I metabolize vodka really well. I do not metabolize dark things. They ruin my next day. It's really weird, actually. Like anything dark just ruins my day the next day. I love it at the time. I love scotch. ruins the next day for me. Terrible. The torch, yeah. Give her a shoulder rub. when were you actually introduced and become committed? I don't understand that question. Yeah, the torch is fine because it's oil based. So there's no. I mean, I could burn it, right? And it would scald, turn brown, boil up, scald. That's a danger. But as far as melting, it's not an oil based. It's not water based. So it just becomes fluid. Made out of a oil-based clay called plastilina. It's definitely a process of getting it the right hot without burning the clay. Letting it cool down. Basically made this character up. Now it's obviously motivated by some Greek mythology, especially the Phoenix. But no, I did manifest this character out of my head. No, she will, let's see, Fight Lady Fight. No, this is oil-based, so she'll never hard. I have to cast this and mold it, or have to mold it and cast it in another material if I want it to be archival. Oil-based clay is not long for this world. It's not designed to be. Which, casting and molding, is a destructive process. The original will no longer exist after I do that. Ah. I'm just about done fucking around with this. If they ever did an episode of how it is made, showing how they make those big statues, they put them up in places using that method. Making a mold, the original, yeah. Yeah, well, that's a good question. Are there any docu-series about large-scale casting and molding? That I don't know. Like I said, it shows what you've done right and it shows what you've done wrong. Much to fix. Kind of interesting to see what the camera picks up. Now I'm not even looking at the sculpture, I'm looking at what the camera sees. Thank you for that reference, Fat Lady. How did I get it so shiny? Well, you just missed the show. And roll the blowtorch. Basically, I melt the surface. It's good because it kind of brings out some of that. You can see things I couldn't previously see. It's not just the surface treatment aesthetic, it shows me things I didn't previously know were there. I'm not getting reported. I've not gotten reported lately. I've gotten no sexual harassment claims from TikTok, Twitch, or anybody else lately. Exactly. It's been a minute. Oh, it's absolutely absurd. Yeah, you got girls like showing what they had, you know, for lunch through the back door on these frickin' things. It's disgusting and ridiculous. And, you know, it's like, oh, okay, I sculpted 2 round things and you want to claim sexual content. Really? It's just disgusting. Yeah, sorry. The, delicate, right? Yeah, just a little indelicate on my part, you're right. Express myself though. My frustration. Well, if you didn't think she was a statue, what did you think she was? A midget? Really small person that I'm just massaging? What did you think? Super tiny massage. All right, well, that's a completely reasonable answer. Why not? You were making fun of TikTok when you said that. Why am I caressing her? That's a good question. I call it corrective massage. I can feel things I can't see. And I'm feeling the shapes are not right, that I can't see. Aquaphor. Aquaphor, I'm putting Aquaphor on the surface, which is like a petroleum jelly. That's good for, and softens it up. So when I'm doing this corrective massage, I can, it's the wine, yes. No, I'm not applying wine. I haven't tried it yet, maybe that would work, I don't know. See, I can feel, it's called the great trochanter. It's a bone right there, and I can feel that I don't have it defined properly. I can't see it. So I'm massaging it in. Or the gluteus medius right here, right? Where that flows and to the tensor fasciae lateral right there. I can feel these things, I can't see them. So, I am massaging. Exactly. Oh, hello, Haley. I've talked about you a few times tonight. Thanks for showing up. The wine, I will express a little embarrassing. The wine tonight is literally out of a box. It's fine. Knock me. I don't care. It's a red blend. It sounds awesome. Oh my God. You people will not believe it. You will not believe it. I just got flagged for sexual content after all of this dialogue we just had. Oh, hate speech. No, I didn't get flagged for sexual content. I got flagged for hate speech. I bet I said the R word, didn't I? I do that. Yeah, I bet I said the R word, which apparently is worse than the N word or the F word or the C word. The R word is the new terrible thing. Okay. It actually originated on the, it's actually a clinical term from 100 years ago. Yeah, well, obviously I can't say what the R word is or I'll get banned. It's all AI. Maybe I should speak in French. It's in the dictionary, exactly. I don't think I did either. I don't know. I don't know what I just got flagged for. In the past, that's usually it. And I'm usually referring to myself. And usually it's the R word that gets me flagged for the hate speech. I don't recall saying it, but spell it. Like the Mickey Mouse Club. R-E-T-A-R-D. Yeah, that's you and me. Just like Mickey Mouse Club. Yeah, the world's really messed up. Thank you, Devier Anime. Saboteur, more than likely. I don't know. Maybe somebody wrote something in the. I don't know. Why you gotta throw me into this? Like, wait a minute. I just came in to check this out. Why you gotta? It was funny. No, it does not go in a kiln. It's an oil-based clay, so I have to make a mold and cast it in another material when I'm done. How much will I sell it for? $1 million. Now my objective is actually to find a way to distribute this at a lower cost point because I want people to be able to have it. Haley earlier, that's the reason I was talking about you earlier, had a great idea, which is actually more of a great rationale because I actually do a lot of 3D, my profession, visual effects 3D. And so I don't want to do that sort of approach on this. I'm trying to stay traditional. And her, I think Haley's argument was that if I scanned it, I could actually 3D print it at different scales. And I'm like, okay, that makes sense. Because if I could print it at a different size, I could sell it, distribute it at a different scale, right? And that makes sense to me in that, like, I just really love the idea, like somebody is having a bad day at work or just needs this, you know, they need a moment. They need a moment. Something's going on. They need a moment. And they've got a small version of the sculpture on their desk, and they can escape and come back here where we all are right now, and it improves their day. And that's like, for me, that's art. That's the moment art happens. Art isn't the clay or the bronze or anything else. Art is that moment that person's day is better than it was. So Haley made that argument to me earlier, or she said something that made me think of that argument. I'm not sure which. And I think it's a seriously solid argument. So I may very well do a 3D scan of this one done and produce it at a smaller scale for that exact reason, like in a resin. In which case, you know, it's gonna be like a Todd Toys kind of cost, you know, like whatever Todd McFarlane charges for Spawn, something like that, right? I think that's reasonable, right? What do you guys think? Would you guys buy a version of this that Spawn has put on your desk that costs the same as like a Spawn character? Jay says 120 bucks. I get 10%, right? Yes, Haley, you can have 10% of whatever. You have to earn it. I don't know how. I don't know what that means. I don't even know what that means. Yeah. You gotta come work for me. You gotta distribute it or something. All right, I love this plan. We will work on this plan together as I come into finishing it, which actually isn't that far away. I mean, we actually are doing pretty good here. Like, I would say like next week or so. Like, I mean, I'm gonna diddle with it as long as I want to. Like, I'm not in a hurry, and like I keep saying, as long as I'm exploring and it's changing and being explored and becoming a better piece, we're not done. I mean, keep going, you know, there's no deadline here. But I do feel like that's probably gonna be in the next week or so that we hit that threshold is like, yeah, we're done. In which case, yeah. Well, actually, there's a guy on here tonight that said he owned a 3D printing company. I don't own a 3D printer. Considering all the crap I've done, I actually don't own one. There was a guy on earlier saying he owned a 3D company. He's gonna DM me. Maybe that would be a solution. See where it goes. Absolutely. How many days? I mean, the hours are totally rando. I mean, it could be 0. It has been 0. Like, I was sick for an entire week in January and there was 0 progress. Today I spent an hour this afternoon. Haley showed up for that. That was cool. I've been on it for a couple hours tonight. So I'd say anywhere from 0 to probably the most I've ever spent is 4 in a day. I'm gonna guess, you know, all in, we're getting close to like 70 hours of actual fingers in clay. I've not figured out the answer to that question of casting myself. I don't have a huge amount of experience casting, so if I did so, it would be exploratory, and I would probably stream it. It might be equally fun and prudent to hire somebody to do it and then go like video them doing it and stream that. That'd be cool. Why, do you have input on that? You know somebody? She's not going anywhere. This is, it wobbles, right? You're seeing it and you're going, oh my God, it's wobbling. Yeah, guess what? So, where is it? There it is. She's made of 5/16 steel. She's a frickin' Terminator. It is wobbly, but it's just because steel inherently is malleable. but it's very, very strong. I know that because if you go back to January 7th, you see that first stream, it looked like some kind of old school strongman competition. I mean, trying to bend the steel to make the armature. Pretty gnarly shit. The squeeze will go. There it is. One thing I like that's going on is kind of an accident, but I really like it, and so now I'm kind of exaggerating it, is that if you look at one side of the face, it looks like she's sad. If you look at the other side, she looks like she's smiling. One of those subconscious things that I got in there. Thank you, Tewaz. Well, plastilina, oil-based clay. I don't know what a cold burrito and wine or cheese is good right now, but that sounds awesome. If you've got one, if you got any of those, if you got a burrito and you're in my vicinity, you need to fork it over because that sounds awesome. Use a burrito right now, that's for damn sure. Son made friends with like the only Mexican dude in his high school, and the family owns this burrito place here, and it is just awesome. So we get special treatment, a little bit, not a lot, it's a little bit special treatment when we go in there. I liked it before my son made friends with the family. Called jalapenos. Kansas City. Yeah. This as a little glass piece. Jesus, I hadn't even thought about glass. Can't even imagine. That'd be a lot of refraction going on in glass. I mean, it could be like, again, with that plan of scanning and 3D printing, there's no reason it couldn't be cast in glass. Crazy ass idea. Crazy. That's a crazy idea. You're crazy. Out of control. I have no idea. I'd have to see it. Well, I guess that's the thing. If I scan it in 3D, I could actually visualize and do a 3D render. I could see what it would look like in various materials. It seems to take some of the fun out of it, but I guess it's effective. You know, I could do a 3D render in glass and bronze or whatever. Like I said, it takes some of the fun out of it for me anyway, but it's effective. Oh, I see Korean. Korean's gone. Yeah, and there's, it could be, if it's smaller, it could be done in bronze, ceramic, or anything. Yeah, that's crazy. I hadn't even thought about the other materials, possibilities. You're right. Really, clay alloy? I don't think so. I would hate to ruin my box of wine. Box of wine. You have to say it, box of wine. Box of wine. Can't say box of wine. Box of wine. Okay. You guys are giving me a lot to think about tonight. It's a good crowd. So reference-wise, pretty minimal. Most of this figure is just imaginative. In the beginning, I had a couple photographs I did look at for a couple, you know, just inspiration. But at this point, I'm pretty far off from that. Generally speaking, my wife is in my life a lot, so she definitely is showing up in here in a variety of ways. This figure resembles my wife in a few ways. And then the face, I spent some time, definitely not doing a portrait, but with some reference in front of me of Rebecca Ferguson. Just in front of me while I was sculpting. So again, not doing a portrait of her by any means, but just passively letting some of those features land. If if I commit to work for you for a life, can I take the piece home? It took me a second to interpret what that meant. Jesus, I don't know. What skills do you have? What are you offering? What's the trade here? Let's define the terms of the deal. Do I still need a bartender? Well, I will here in a few months. Where are you at, Haley? You don't have to tell me exactly, but what part of the world are you in? Give me some kind of reference. I don't remember if West Coast, East Coast, Midwest. Sales, cashier, food running and delivery. You're all over the place. A lot of life skills. Jack Sparrow, the pirate himself. Well, it's a hard one to answer. I went to art school in the 90s, so I've been sculpting, academically since then, but I've been honestly, most of the truthful answer to that is digital. I've been working digitally in film since 98. So I haven't been in clay in quite a while. Some of the clay in this is literally 20 years old. I found it in the garage and said, yep, today's the day. Where are you, Haley? What part of the world are you in? Just give me an approximation. Give me something. Let me work with something here. Yeah, time zone. Okay. I'm calling this Hand of Fate. South Jersey. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it is late right there. I went to college in Brooklyn. I created this entirely for you. I created this entirely for the purpose of doing this. There's not a commission. I just literally just dreamed it up and wanted to do it and did it for the purposes of this experience that we're having together. When I'm done, people are expressing interest in it, so I will find a way to get it out to them, because I want people to be able to have it at home. So we'll figure it out. But this was not a commission, no. I started in this at the beginning of January, off and on. I'm probably getting close to 70 hours of work into it. There's probably about 10 of these 4.5 pound lumps of clay in here, which cost about $17 a piece. Plywood, this iron doesn't cost that much. Yarn crafts. There's a Spielberg movie filming 20 to 30 minutes away from me, believe it or not. Okay. Are you trying to say like a premiere? Like literally Spielberg's there and it's a premiere? I've actually never worked with Mr. Spielberg. I can't help you. I don't know him. It's oil-based clay. This will be workable for basically ever. I mean, that's not true. But so the 20-year-old clay that's in here, I found was not awesome. You know, it was kind of, after 20 years, it starts to get a little yucky. But, you know, 20 years. Lasts quite a while. Lasts quite a while, for sure. I hate this song, or this music, or whatever's playing right now. This needs to go away. We're done with this. You go away now. Time for some doom jazz. Before the Germans come. No idea where that line from. What was that? Not Train Spotting. Lock, Stock, and Two. No, that was Train. No, not Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels. Whatever it was. Yes, oil-based clay. Which means heat basically just melts it. Yeah, it is melting. So the thing is that the structure has to be there in the first place. So it's all about, still about the form and getting the structure right. And then the melting is kind of an interesting process in that it just reveals the structure you already have there. All right, so you have to have the structure there, or the melting is just going to create a freaking mess. But if you have the structure there and then you get it hot, it'll actually not just smooth, but it'll melt into place if the structure is there in the first place. If it's not, then you just have a shit show. But I'm enjoying this. This is kind of an exploratory thing. I've never really done this. So it's a pretty cool exploratory process for me too. To see how this works. Or doesn't work in some places. But for the most part, with judicious mindfulness, it does seem to be giving me what I want. Sculpting with heat, you know, applying it where you want it, how you want it, letting it fall into place, letting gravity, using gravity as a sculpting tool essentially. Using gravity and surface tension as a sculpting tool. I'm calling this Hand of Fate. Just glancing up every once in a while. Sorry if I'm missing your queries, although, yeah, Haley knows she's ambassador at this point. will still burn. Get it over hot. What is the process? Goodness gracious, I'm going to answer that. Started with steel, built to armature, then put tin foil over that to create some underlying structure and shape and that sort of thing, and then put clay on top of it. Yeah, the thick iron steel, and then small iron steel, then tin foil, then clay, and just sculpt it in place, create a mass. Now I'm kind of sculpting with heat, which is a fun little process. I mean, it's kind of here at the end. End per se, I don't know that I'm anywhere near the end, but at this stage, I'm enjoying this process of sculpting with heat, as it were, whatever that's worth. Interesting. I'm exploratory, as I've never done this exact thing before. Wine. No, this does not go to kiln. This gets molded and cast into another material. So resin, alloys like bronze, that sort of thing. Can I seal it in oil? And no, not really. I'd have to cast it. make a silicone mold and then cast it. Would be the way to do that. Well, I'm definitely going to do a 3D scan before I do anything with it, so I have it in some way. Well, it's shiny because I got it hot and it melted and then it cooled. It's still shiny. So it's no longer soft, but it is still shiny. Oh, wow, thank you, Tay. Because I did spend some time tonight working on the jawline. It's kind of a combination of my wife and Rebecca Ferguson. Yeah, it's not done. I'll come back and put in some more facial features and work on the nose and lips and things. Well, definitely the eyes need work, but not done. But, you know, getting there. Headed in the right direction. We made progress tonight. Yes, I will make a mold and then cast it. Yes, cast it. You'll be casted. Yeah. I think it's getting 1:30 in the a.m. for me. Oh my God. I gotta take kids to school in the morning. Yes, I will cast it in bronze. Yeah, I think I'll probably cast it in bronze. Somebody had a few suggestions of rose, something, rose bronze or something, somebody was saying. So I could check that out. Definitely a distinct possibility. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to a bronze version. Very much so. That's your query. crap chicken means, but thank you. This is literally half life size, half my life size. So like when I measured limbs, I literally just measured my own and cut it in half and made it hers. So she is half my dimensions. She looks a lot smaller. Right? It'd be surprising to hear that, I'm sure. That being said, it's still, I'm getting to the point with this where it's like, it's starting to feel, clay is interesting, right? Because when it gets warm, it feels like flesh. So I'm sitting massaging it and I feel like I'm massaging a small person, which is good, right? I'm trying to get my, of the five senses, basically the sight and touch are the two here that are relevant. And yes, you can look at it and make judgment calls, which is a cognitive thing. But as far as touch goes, like that's much more visceral and tactile. Does this feel like I'm touching a woman, even if it's a small woman? And the answer is, it's moving towards yes. It's moving towards doesn't feel like a non-human, it's starting to feel like a human. And that's where I feel like the metaphor, the allegory of corrective massage comes into place. It's like, oh, that muscle needs to move over here. Let me help you. All right, it's no longer a Frankenstein or a constrictive thing. It's like, oh, excuse me, ma'am. Let me move your muscle over. let me correctively massage that muscle into place. When I start, making that transition, empathetically, that's when I know I've gotten there, right? Appreciate it, Leanne. The hands are definitely more honest than the eyes. Guys get confused. The hands tell me things the eyes can't see. I don't know that I could sculpt entirely without sight, but I think it's very important to go there. You know, some of it is, you know, optical and cognitive. I think the cloth, for example, in the narrative, the bird, the overall experience, I think that's all optical cognitive. But just feeling this woman now, like rather than feeling this clay, but feeling this woman, especially now that she's warm because of the blowtorch, this literally feels like a human being because she's warm. All right, I can make that cognitive transition, that suspension of disbelief. Because now it's warm. And so now it's like different senses, like, okay, am I touching a woman or am I touching clay, right? And sometimes when I hit that suspension of disbelief for myself, my hands tell me this is a woman. I mean, Jesus, if it was life size, that'd be totally, you know, immersive. Maybe I should do life size. I'll do life size soon. I don't know. I was thinking about doing a male figure at some point, and then that's going to freak some of you out. Hear me talk about this, like while I'm caressing a dude, that might freak some of you out. But I was a wrestler and fighter, MMA, that sort of thing, so I'm pretty familiar with dude bodies too. Different context. Thank you for coming, Haley. Yeah, it's super late for you. Thank you for coming here, and thank you for your input. Haley's into the male piece next. Might need to happen. Medusa. Well, I've got the Medusa painting. If you've seen that on my profile or website, I did do a Medusa painting. Not a hurry to do a Medusa sculpt. I think the right ear, yeah, I mean the earlobes are kind of whatever. I'm not in a huge hurry to make those super defined, because I like the flow into the hair, but yeah, I'll come back and I'll do something with the earlobes anyway. Just enough of an indication to make it be there. Do I prefer thin women? Yeah, I think if you were to look at my track record, probably my life experience has been with thin, muscular, athletic women. But as far as art goes, I mean, absolutely not. I don't have a type in art at all. I think without having a specific objective, I'm probably going to default back towards my life experience, which is this. But no, I'm not in any way. What am I actually going to say? Exclusive. Jesus, the female form is pretty fantastic in most of its various manifestations. Yeah, I want to say, I don't even know why I emphasize the word most. Like, the female form is pretty magnificent in all of its manifestations. Like, there's not a, like, oh, a type of woman. I'm going to say, that's not a woman I want to sculpt. Are you kidding me? Absolutely not. That's not going to be, no. In fact, in college, I remember there was this woman, she was highly coveted. She was a model that worked at my school, highly coveted model, can't think of her name. And she was enormous. I mean, she probably weighed 350, 400 pounds. Just very light on her feet. Absolutely elegant. Like, every curve of her body was just fantastic. Gorgeous. I can't think of her name. She was very popular. It wasn't just me. Like, she was extremely popular from the artist's point of view. I don't know whatever language that is, but I see Quero, which is probably a question, Van Damme, and Aquaman. Don't know anything about what you're saying. Thank you. Well, thank you. Emerald Poppy Pie? Emerald Poppy Pie? Come back. Generally, I try to do Monday through Thursday nights, 9 p.m. on Central Time Zone, wherever you are. Translate that. I might try to do it tomorrow afternoon anyway. Again, tomorrow afternoon Central Time Zone. Just because I probably will feel like sculpting tomorrow. She has a metal armature, by the way. 5/16 steel. If you go to the YouTube channel, you can go back to January 7th and you can see me screaming like a howler monkey bending that steel to create the armature. In some of the angles you can see the drawing is still pinned up on the wall. And that's really the only thing I did preliminary was the drawings on the wall, where I kind of came up with the basic pose and then I imagined it, projected it out into 3D space, and then did a drawing straight down orthographic onto this piece of wood as a guide to try to get the armature where I wanted it. But that's it. That's really the only preparatory I did. This was very like, kind of made it up as I went, other than had to get the armature where I needed it in the beginning. Jesus. Leanna, you're bringing the heavy. I mean, thank you for being honest and present, and for the compliment. Elbow's probably dirt. I don't think there's anything wrong with any of my elbows, so I probably have crap on them. I don't know. What is my elbow? Oh yeah, that's, what is that? I don't know. I don't know. That's not a birthmark. That's some crap on me. I don't know. I stuck my arm in. Elbow art, exactly. I'll sell it on my website, my elbow art. You can get a temporary tattoo, whatever the hell I have on my elbow. I'm in the Midwest. I'm in Kansas City. I grew up here, went to college in New York, moved to LA, worked on movies for a few decades, and then at the beginning of the pandemic, came back here to Kansas City. Now I spent about a year and a half in that time in Tokyo. I just came back like 6 months ago from Tokyo. So yes, I moved here at the beginning of the pandemic, but then I went to Tokyo. Miss LA. I do not miss LA. I'm going to LA next Friday, and I don't want to. There is not much about LA that I miss. I mean, I was there for 20 years. I got everything out of LA I could possibly want to have, at least from a living point of view, living there. Yeah. Yeah, I'm done with LA. As far as living there. Where would you like to go? That's a good question. I mean, where I am right now, Kansas City is a very comfortable place to be on a regular basis. Definitely not my favorite, like, in the world. Like, probably if I were to pick a single place I would want to be, it's going to be the Tuscan Hills outside of Florence, Italy. Where I have access to Florence, but live in those hills, one of those old houses. That'd probably be my preference. And while learning Italian sounds foreboding, compared to Japanese, everything is easy. Like learning a romantic language after trying to, learn Japanese in a year and a half is like, okay. Yeah, that's just almost like learning a different version of English. Honestly, it is. So. I don't know Italian, I haven't put any effort into it, but I feel extremely confident I can pick it up in 6 months after my experience in Japan. Yeah, again, Spanish and English and Japanese are not even, I mean, it's not even like speaking. Like, first of all, Japanese has 3 alphabets. They have hiragana, katakana, and kanji, and they seamlessly go between the 3 depending on context. It's just not I mean, I was very ambitious when before I got there. I learned hiragana and katakana before I went to Japan. After being there for a year and a half, I actually questioned why anyone would want to learn Japanese. Like, I don't see the positive upside of learning Japanese after I realized how difficult it actually is. Like, man, there's no real use for this unless you really just want to live in Japan. It is probably 2 a.m. my time. Yeah, it's coming up on 2 a.m. my time. Yeah, I haven't even looked at the stream. Yeah, you guys are definitely seem to be in agreement with me that, yeah, if I had to choose a place, it would be Florence. Are you kidding me? Good God. That's definitely, I have a retirement home in my future in Florence. I was very lucky to work on a project that took me to Florence like 5 times in 1 year. So I've got pretty good experience of getting to see it from various aspects. So that was cool. So I'm thankful for that. I have no idea why I just thought about the fight scene from Harlem Nights. That elderly black woman said to Eddie Murphy, "Now I gots to cut ya." No idea why that just popped into my head. Maybe because it's 2 a.m. but I've drank 2 bottles of wine. Now I gots to cut ya. Harlem Nights, exactly. It's the one. You're probably right, Dave. Thank you, Elena. Elena. I know Elena in my life. I'm going to assume it's not you. In Moscow. It's one time. Another life ago. Have I known a Natalia? I have not known a Natalia. I have no Natalia history, sorry. Because that's me. I'm in. I do like your exuberance, though. Russian is another language. I think Russian is probably easier than Japanese, but it is still pretty damn messed up. Russian is definitely easier than Japanese, but it's pretty gnarly. Spent a few years in Moscow. Yeah, I would say Japanese is still harder than Russian, but Russian's not a walk in the park. Again, learning Italian seems easy compared to both. Oh, good, Victoria. Thanks, Space Jams. Yeah, it's a very authentic response, thank you. What music is this? It's jazz. It's jazz, man, it's jazz. I don't know actually off the top of my head. It might be Fausto. I don't think it's Fausto. It's definitely an experimental jazz. troop. I can't think of the name of it. Somebody's going to take my kids to school in a few hours. That somebody's going to look a lot like a sleepy version of me. How long have I been sculpting? Well, I started this one in the beginning of January, and I'm probably hitting like 70 hours of time into this. In life, I mean, I went to art school in 94, I think, where I started probably a more serious academic study. And then I've been working professionally in visual effects, so sculpting on a computer, pretty much since '98 till now. And I haven't put a lot of time into clay since college, to be honest with you. This is kind of like an old flame, as it were. Well, it looks wobbly, but it's not. I mean, yes, it's wobbly, but it's not going anywhere, and I'll explain to you why. This is 5/16 steel. Ooh, yes, you can see it's wobbly because it's steel, but it's not going anywhere. It would take hundreds of pounds of pressure to move her around. I mean, to bend her. So yeah, it looks wobbly, but it's going nowhere. She is the freaking Terminator. Endoskeleton. Steel. Exactly. The bird needs to go. You don't like the bird? You don't like my bird? Make me sad. Red or white? Almost exclusively red wine, if that's what you're asking. I'm just not a white wine fan. Just don't have much use for the white wine, to be honest with you. It's just not my jam. Don't live on planet White. Betty White, maybe. Betty White was awesome. She had this amazing animal zoo she privately owned in Los Angeles. I went to a few times. She'd take like rescue bald eagles and shit. Am I working on a furry? Yeah, you're off the farm, I know. I should make a golem. I don't know. I like your attitude. I don't know if it's feasible. There are 300 people in here, you're right. Thank you, Mioni. Yeah. 7 people left as soon as it said that. Oh, no, 8 up now. Yeah, so you can't look at the number. Well, I mean, I'm here. I try to be here 4 nights a week. So of the 300 people that are in the room, if you want to follow me, you'll get a notice and you can come back. If you want to see more Beau in the dark, doing whatever it is Beau in the dark does. Sculpting lady boobies. But before I go, I'm gonna have a little more wine, because that's a really not a good idea. And I'm gonna follow it up with an even worse idea, which is light up this blowtorch. None of this is a good idea. Okay, see what happens. Who is this Michelangelo people keep talking about? Who is this guy? Tomorrow's squats day too. Not only do I have to take the kids to school, I'm gonna do squats. Golly. Well, thank you. Definitely appreciate the love, but if you've ever heard me before on here, I actually don't think art exists in the form of clay or paint or canvas or anything like that. I think art exists for one brief second inside of the mind of the person observing it. So that being said, half of the art, at least experience, is happening inside your mind. So it's my way of saying thank you for making my art inside your mind. Tay, thank you. That's awesome feedback. That's exactly what I was going for. Where's the camera right now? If you look at this side of her face, it's kind of a sad face. And if you look at this side of her face, it's like a happy face. That's a happy, that's a smile. But when you look at this side exclusively, it looks a little bit sad, which was absolutely, I don't want to say intention, but after I saw it, I loved it and expounded upon it. Nice. Rockefeller Prometheus, well, thank you. It's true. I'd say torn is right. Starting to get there. Plenty left to do. Plenty not right. Plenty to do. Plenty, lots to do. Important stuff to do. Her face isn't right yet, that sort of thing. I'd say her face and this hand are the two most important things for the narrative to work. I need to come back and do. I need her face to be refined. I need this hand to be refined for the narrative. So it makes sense. People are like, oh, I get it. She's holding a knife. Because right now I'm not sure you'll get she's holding a fucking knife. I need to work on that. Do I have podcasts I suggest? I don't know. Me? I don't even know. No, I don't have any podcasts. Just joking. I don't know. Yeah. So this hand is probably the most important thing, and her face is the most important thing. And after that, it's like things I want to make look better. Keep diddling it, but her back is probably the strongest part. Sacrum needs a little bit of work, doesn't it? Have that nice sacrum-y feel. To work on that. The back's what you're gonna be? Yeah, thank you. I mean, appreciate it. It's a good angle right there. It's a good angle too. Feeling good about the camera angles. Camera angles look great. You'll never get perfection. Yeah, I think for me though, there's a moment like, are you done? When you get past the point of exploring and you start trying to impress people is when it's time to stop. And I definitely have not hit that point yet of, there's still exploration needs to be done here. This isn't work yet, I'm not working, there's exploration. So anyway, it still has, there's still more to go. Exploratory wise. Yeah, the hand and blade, obviously this is the least developed part. So that's my whole thing. It's like whenever you have a sore point, you need to drop everything and focus on that and make that be the thing. So I need to like make a sabbatical of hand. Like this hand needs to be a whole thing where I'm doing it. I'm hand in. And I'm not there right now. Like I don't want to do it. Like it's just, I haven't engaged, my brain hasn't engaged. I need it narratively to be there, and I need it to be a precious, beautiful moment, and it's not. So I just have to, I'm gonna go to sleep. I'm gonna go to bed, I'm gonna go to sleep, I'm gonna come back, and I'm gonna like focus at it and say, hey, you and I are gonna be friends. You and I are about to become friends. You and I, hand and knife, we're about to be friends. But I'm not friends with that knife right now. I will admit that. The wiggling is no big deal. It looks like it's wiggling, but it's solid steel through everything. I did add this 1/4" steel right here to help support this arm, but it's not going anywhere. It's really not. There's no danger. The wiggling is, I mean, it's clay. It's fine. It's plastic. You know, plastic by descriptive. It can bend. Underlying, it's got steel. It's going nowhere, so I'm not worried about it. Say hello to my little friend. I love that you noticed her ribs. Back ribs are really important to me. There's a good angle for, yeah. Back ribs are really important because it's something people often just neglect. And it's weird because ribs show through, especially on a thin figure, in the back. Yeah, it's about 50 pounds of clay on here, but this steel could handle way more than that. Yeah, good night, Tay. I need to go to bed. I'm gonna take kids to school soon. Why are you people keeping me up? God. It's my best Napoleon Dynamite impersonation. God. It's time for bed. Yeah, kids have to go to school and I gotta do it. Good night, Elena. Good night, Tay. Good night, Haley. Haley is still up? Haley, you said you were going to bed a while ago. Naughty girl. Pamela, I'll take your... Beau, stay awake, please. No, it's 2 in the goddamn. And like I said, I've got kids I got to take to school in a few hours, so... Good morning from Greece. Okay, now you're making me have feelings, because, I don't know, I like talking to people from other countries. So you're making me have feelings. You're a mean person. I'll be here again. I'll try to show up tomorrow afternoon, my time, if I can. And then I'll be back Monday night, my time, Midwest, Central Time. So, good night, everybody. Love you. Thank you for showing up. It's been a fantastic night. We'll keep doing it. As long as you guys want to come, I'll be here. Thank you.